Thank you all for really engaging in the forum throughout the day. So first of all, welcome to the Forest Ecosystem session of the Sectoral Dialogue on Moving Towards a Climate Resilient Future. To those of you who have been with us since this morning, hello again. And to those of you who are just joining us this afternoon, welcome. I am Mana Vargas Morada, the Programs Director of the Oscar M. Lopez Center, and I have the pleasure of assisting in this panel today. So we're going to make this a bit quick. We have a lot to cover in the next 3 hours. There are two more sessions that follow after this, so if you don't mind, we'll get through these sessions as quick as possible, but still as insightful as can be. So for this session, the Forest Ecosystem session will examine the intersections of forest ecosystems and climate adaptation, with an emphasis on deepening communities' appreciation for how forest ecosystems contribute to community resilience beyond its mitigation potential. This afternoon's dialogue and all others aim to translate the findings of the PhilCCA reports into actionable strategies, identify barriers to climate action, and highlight adaptation initiatives that lead to sustainability and community resilience. Presenting the PhilCCA Cycle 2 findings today on gaps, challenges, and adaptation strategies for forest ecosystems will be Dr. Rex Cruz, who you all saw earlier, gave the plenary presentation on the vulnerability of the Philippines to climate change. Dr. Rex, I hope you can ask you to join us on stage. Dr. Rex is currently a professor emeritus at the University of the Philippines Los Baños IR&R College of Forestry and Natural Resources and holds a PhD in watershed management. He is an academician of the National Academy of Science and Technology and member emeritus of the National Innovation Council of the Philippines. He is the coordinating lead author of the PhilCCA Working Group 2 and one of the lead authors of the Ecosystems and Biodiversity chapters, which is why we have the great pleasure this afternoon of hearing him dive deeper into the state of our forest ecosystems. Following Dr. Cruz will be Mr. Raul Cam from the City Planning and Development Office of the City of Ormoc, who will provide on-the-ground insights of the LGU perspective. Last but not least, we will be joined by Ms. Nancy Ibunya from FGen EDC, a private sector company who has invested significantly in the conservation and regeneration of our watersheds under their stewardship. Ms. Nancy is the head of corporate relations and communications. A wildlife biologist and community worker by training, she has held various positions on biodiversity conservation and community development, including Indigenous Peoples Relations. She is currently the president of the Mount Apo Foundation and Biodiversity Conservation of the Philippines. I hope you can all join me in giving all of our speakers this afternoon a round of applause. On your tables, there are pens and paper. Please feel free to write down or submit any questions you may have. You may pass those questions on to any OMLC representative who you can see wearing the same polo as I am. And if there is time before the small group discussions, we will try to address your questions in the plenary group. So without further ado, I turn over the floor to Dr. Rex Cruz.
Thank you, Mana. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Okay, so at this time, I'll be talking more about forest ecosystem, no? So yun lang pag-usapan natin. The other sectors and its interaction with climate change will be tackled in the other sessions. The other one in coastal and marine will be in the other hall, but the other 4 will be later today. Okay, so focusing on forest ecosystems, let's begin. This is where we are now. Oops. Oh, okay. Sige, ano muna, acknowledgement muna ng ating mga kasama dito sa chapter na to. In this chapter on ecosystems and biodiversity, our USEC CP David, Doc Lau David of UPMSI, Doc Jan Polhin of CFNR UPLB, Lou Tibig, and we have contributing authors, si Bea Evaristo and May Belen. And yeah, so as I was saying, as of now, or as of 2020, the Philippines has a total of 7.2 million hectares of forest, and that is, of course, 5% increase from 6.8 million hectares in 2010, in 2010. So medyo, I mean, that is, of course, painting an encouraging trend, because we know for a long time our forest is or was on a decline, and if we look at what's in the forest, hindi lang naman mga puno yan, so marami tayong biodiversity, maraming wildlife species dyan, especially mentioning here, showing you here the threatened species that we have in the different fauna and flora classes, groups. So, andyan, mammals, birds, reptiles. So, in other words, makikita natin dito ang daming critically endangered, and vulnerable species, So that's what we have. Of course, we have so much more diversity, pero itong nilagay lang natin dito, ito yung mga critically endangered or anong tawag natin dyan, threatened wildlife species that we have in the forest, So yan yung meron tayo sa loob ng natitira nating forest, And kung titingnan naman natin ngayon, while yes, we recognize that the forest in total, has been increasing from 2010 to 2020, but hindi ibig sabihin nun wala na tayong loss, Hindi ibig sabihin wala na tayong loss kasi national average yun eh. So in other words, there are still losses May losses pa rin. We continue to sustain losses in forest cover. Ito, based ito sa Global Forest Watch ng World Bank. Makikita natin dito na ang number one driver na ngayon ng forest cover losses, agricultural activities. Hindi na forestry activities, hindi na logging, and other similar forestry activities, agricultural activities na hindi pa kasama yung kaingin yan or shifting cultivation, So yan ay kasama lang, well, kasama of course yan yung conversion ng forest sa mga oil palm plantation, rubber plantation, kasama yun dito sa loss ng forest cover. We're talking about loss of natural forest cover. Okay? So urbanization is getting up there, Dati wala yan ngayon nagre-register na yan, Okay? But we know that that figure could be much higher, Kasi ang nangyayari diyan, kung talagang i-dissect natin yan, if we dissect the impact of urbanization on forest cover loss, dalawang pathway yan, isang direct, forest being converted to urban areas, But the other one is forest cover loss due to agriculture that is driven by urban expansion, conversion of agricultural land to urban areas, So when you convert agriculture to urban areas, you create now the demand for finding replacements, Finding replacements. Why? Because the demand for agriculture is increasing with a growing population, So natural, pag nababawasan ang agricultural areas natin, there is that demand also to search for replacement, ng mga na-convert na areas. And of course, alam na natin, the expansion area is always towards the remaining natural lands, or remaining natural forests. Okay, now, this is also in the no, this is also in the report. You will find short discussion on this. So this is important to appreciate. No, this is important to appreciate because because the impact of climate change, may be taking place at a rate which is damaging the forest, not necessarily at equal or greater extent than what is being lost due to human activities. No? But nonetheless, still the impact of climate change becomes even more important because the forest is already suffering from human-induced stressors. No? So, in other words, nako-compound. The climate change is compounding the impact of human activities on natural forests and creating more and more problems related to the loss of forest cover. Like biodiversity is impacted by climate change by way of increasing temperature, direct impact to organisms that are sensitive to increase in temperature. But at the same time also, biodiversity is indirectly affected by climate change by loss of forest cover. No? So we see here, the interconnectedness of even the impacts of climate change on forest and biodiversity. As shown, there are at least 10,967 species included in IUCN Red List of threatened species. Of these, 984 species are in the Philippines. So these are, what we stand to lose, and what we stand to, in other words, this is what we stand to gain, if we are successful in adaptation, preventing losses of the forest cover, losses of forest to human activities, and at the same time also losses due to climate change. I don't know. I lost the animation of this. This is animated. This is animated actually. This slide starts from 5 major problems that we deal with: deforestation, soil and water, soil and land degradation, water resources degradation and water-related risk, outbreaks of pests and diseases, loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. Yun ang mga problema natin dito. And those are all triggered by what? What triggers those common problems? Triggered by unsustainable forestry, unsustainable agriculture, unsustainable urban development, and unsustainable fishery. So those are the problems that we are dealing with as it is. But you add climate to that, and again, for the third time I say, climate change compounds the problem of the already existing problems that we deal with, for many years now. But take note also, that it's stated there in red box, the weak enforcement of laws and regulations, including development controls, as a major driver of forest cover loss. So, in other words, if we are looking at, adapting our forest ecosystem amid changing climate, we ought to think about, how we can address the already existing problems that we dealt with before, existing unsustainable forestry, unsustainable agriculture, if we can address this, these are already good adaptation by themselves. If we, for instance, if we increase our rate of success in forest restoration or reforestation, or like if we continue on with the National Greening Program, if we increase our batting average for National Greening Program, that in itself will be a remarkable adaptation measure that we can do for the forest resources because it's all. So what do we need? We need, again, we need an approach, no? An approach to land use planning and development, that is integrated and system-based, we, in the previous slide, we saw how unsustainable land uses are actually conspiring to create the sources of damages to our forest cover. No, yung forest cover losses natin is really a result of unsustainable land uses and land use activities. No, how do you address that? You address that by robust land use planning and development. No, and how do you achieve that? You achieve that by an integrated framework and systematic framework, that ensures that the forest is protected and that forest resources are taken into consideration with all the other parameters of land use planning and development, such as, for instance, agriculture, fisheries, urban development, and so on. No? So in other words, hindi natin pwedeng ihiwalay lang yung forestry, as a sector in land use and development planning. No? Pag nag-land use and development planning tayo sa forestry sector, dapat yan ay kasama, integrated with planning the entire landscape, where that forest ecosystem is located. No? So this is just an example, because this is now how the government is moving forward in the conduct of updating the Provincial Development Physical Framework Plan, which is supposed to be the framework for updating the comprehensive land use plan of its component cities and municipalities. And what this is actually saying is that if we use the watershed as a basis for land use planning, and if we know exactly what is good for each of the watershed, in terms of zoning, what is the best zoning for each of the watershed, then we can use that as the physical framework for identifying where the different land uses, ought to be located in each of the watershed, and then ensure not only the integrity of the services of the watershed and its ecosystems, but also ensure that socioeconomic development is sustainable, because the ecosystem services that supports development is sustainable. No? So ganyan ang intention. No? So look at the different watersheds within a particular province and LGU, zone it in a way that will ensure the protection of its ecosystem services, and then use that as a framework for updating the Provincial Development Physical Framework Plan, and then use the Physical Development Framework Plan for updating comprehensive land use plans and all the sectoral local development plans, including Climate Change Action Plan and Disaster Risk Management Plan. So makita nyo doon na lahat yan, if they will emanate from one common framework that ensures, integration and harmony of the different sectoral plans. No? So makikita nyo rin dito that adaptation and even disaster risk management, is or should be planned out, designed, and implemented, within a comprehensive framework. Wrap up. Okay. Example, the province of La Union. Nakita niyo yung different colored polygons. Those are the watersheds within the boundary of La Union. No? Ang boundary ng La Union is the yellow line. So they have, I think, 18 watersheds, big and small. So ang ginagawa namin dyan, we're helping out La Union actually. We profile, we zone the different watersheds within their jurisdiction, conduct vulnerability and risk assessment for each of the watershed, and then put them all together, and then use that as their framework for allocating their different land uses doon sa kanilang probinsya. We use that also for identifying ano ba yung mga flood control project. Kung yan ay flood control, makikita mo dyan saan mo dapat ilalagay yon, saan mo dapat ilagay ang mga additional roads, and so on. So, in other words, ito na yung magiging integrating framework, common reference framework, na gagamitin ng probinsya para sabihin nila, tama yung ginagawa ni DPWH. Okay yan. Ay, taka muna, mali yan, hindi dapat yan dyan. Based sa analysis namin, ginawa namin. So, anyway, ang assumption dito, of course, is that the preparation of the plan must be robust. No? Robust in the sense that, one, no, meron kang competence, no, para sa mga gumagawa ng plano, no, to assist the local government units, to complement local stakeholders, but times it up. Like mo na yun ang nababasa. But anyway, so yun yung in other words, yun yung proposition dito, on how we can promote yung integrated, no, holistic, comprehensive climate change adaptation together with all the pursuit of other development goals, no, of the local government unit. So basically, yan yung process, no, and hindi ko na mabanggit yan, no, but the zoning, no, that's what you do. You assess the zoning in terms of what will be the outcome, ecosystem services, no, of choice or desire. Ano ba yung mga ecosystem services? May GHG reduction, flood risk reduction, food production, no, etc., etc. So you identify kung ano yung gusto mo. Zoning can then now be assessed in terms of this. Ano ba yung zoning that will best achieve yung desired goals mo in terms of ecosystem services that you want to produce, no? Yeah. Needed for LGU to work together, no? Kinakailangan yan, and for all the NGAs to work together as well, no? Because they are usually located in, or sharing the same watershed. And I think that's about it, no? And kailangan natin yan. Mindset transformation. Kanina sinabi ni Sec Borge, we need to learn new things, no? Learn new way of doing things. But at the same time, we need to unlearn, no, doing things that do not work anymore. So, enter. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. First of all, good afternoon, maayong hapon. I would like to thank OML for inviting the city government of Ormoc. And we are very also happy and appreciate that reports such as this, no, is available to local government units, because this is very valuable in our planning as inputs, no, and reference. For the city government of Ormoc, and I think for other local government units, we are also using the ridge to reef approach, no, and other guidelines from the DSUD, no, and we adopt also the guidelines for the local climate change action plan and match it with a comprehensive land use plan, no. For Ormoc, the planning process is for us very complicated, because we have the 4 ecosystems, no. We have the forest ecosystem, we have the production ecosystem, the urban ecosystem, and the coastal and marine ecosystem. And we are very serious, no, or very concerned with our forest ecosystem, because in 1991, we had a flash flood, no, that killed almost 8,000 Ormocanons and caused damage to millions of pesos to properties and infrastructure and agricultural products. So, for the city government of Ormoc, we consider using also the climate data from Pag-asa and the GHG inventory toolkit of CCC, as well as other planning parameters. We came up with the analysis, no, on the forest ecosystem, and was able to determine what are our decision areas, as well as the technical findings, no. And these are the basis for our objectives, no, strategic objectives, as well as coming up with the policy requirements for our ecosystem, forest ecosystem, as well as in the identification of our programs and projects, no. We used in the implementation strategy, we used the multi-stakeholder approach, no. engagement. We usually, or we include in the planning process the community, the other stakeholders from the barangays, um, from the CSOs, as well as from national government agencies and development partners. No, um, uh, we for our reforestation and greening program, we were partnering with EDC, no, for the establishment of our arboretum or tree haven. And then, as what Ma'am Agnes mentioned earlier, we are also partners in the implementation of the Project Transform with DNR. No? We engage, there are two components, the Nature Shield, which includes the profiling of biodiversity profiling, as well as nature-based solutions. For our People Shield, we had GHG inventory, we had conducted financial management, and DRM component, no, to the different barangays. It is for our GHG inventory, we conducted it at the barangay level. No, that's the first time that we conducted it in the barangay level, and we plan to replicate that to our 85 barangays. No, we also identify policy requirements. So we have ordinances, no, and so that all our initiatives will be policy based. No, we have a legal basis on all our programs, projects, and actions. No, ano pa ba? Of course, funding. No, sometimes implementation of programs and projects is delayed or deferred because of lack of funds. No, so we look for funding, and for example, for our proposal for the People Survival Fund, we were able to tap the expertise and technical assistance of OML, no, for the preparation of our project proposal. It is still pending with CCC, I think, but we have submitted already our proposal. Basically, again, we are very happy, no, that we are part of this, because before, access to data is very difficult, no, because some of the data sets are only at the national and subnational level. It is not downstream to the local government units, no, and we are happy that there is a localized assessment report like the IPCC, no. Again, thank you very much for having me.
Okay, magandang hapon po, maayong hapon sa tanan. I think the presentation of Doc Rex as well as the presentations earlier this morning provided already the science that we need. No? I think kanina binibilang ko yung talk ni Kong Borge kung ilang beses na sinabi yung science. No? I think more than 20 or so. No? So I guess we cannot really overemphasize the fact that we need data, we need science. And there are a good number of people and institutions already who's doing that. Pero gusto kong puntahan yung part on how do we actually communicate, no? How do we laymanize, no? Gusto ko yung term na ginamit ni Father Jet kanina, yung dearth of scientific communicator or science communicators expertise, no? As a science practitioner myself, minsan guilty din ako doon. No? Sometimes when we in forums like this, when we give talks, no, we drown the audience with too much scientific jargons, no, na minsan hindi na nila naiintindihan. So the challenge has always been how to simplify, no. And for me, I think that's one thing that we can probably look at. I consider this a gap as well, in terms of how do you popularize the science, no, so that you can engage the general public. So that's one, IEC. And you communicate in a way that your audience will understand. Okay. And the second would be, and I think in one of my discussions with Doc Rex as well, I was asking if we need to consider in the mix the provision of basic social services to the communities. No? Of course, we need to enjoin them in also being involved in various climate adaptation and basic conservation initiatives within our local communities. But the challenge has always been, and this is always the first hurdle, how do you convince them to transition from their usual sources of living into doing conservation work kung wala silang makain, no? Yung sinasabi nga nila na hindi nila maintindihan. If you talk about conservation, you talk about climate change adaptation, they will not understand. Before you can even have them to take that first step, you need to provide for their basic social services, no? And that includes not only livelihood, that includes education as well, no? Because before they can do something beyond just getting by within their daily lives, no, they need to be self-reliant, no. They need to be able to fend for themselves first, no. So that's why it's always together, the E and the S, the environment and the social. And when you add in the G, and probably most of the people here in the room, no, we're already talking about sustainable development, or probably regenerative development to some, no. There's the environment, you have the science already. You have the social, you take care of the basic social services that the communities need. And most importantly, and I think it has always been emphasized na din kaninang umaga, no, the G part, the governance. No? And when we say governance, it's not only the local government, it's not only the NGAs, it's everyone, it's all of us. No, it's all of us. No? From the different levels of the LGUs, the civil society, of course, the academe, and even the private sector. No? So I guess yung part ng all of us working together, it's really the sustainable development framework or the generative development framework that ties it up together, the ESG. No, the sustainable development is our goal, but the metric on how we will be gauged or evaluated is really the different components that we need to take care of when it comes to the environment, the social, and the governance rather. No? And it's in forums like this, no, that there will be a very good mix also of the different stakeholders, no, within the field of climate change adaptation. And it's good that we see the different sectors. I think it's well represented in this forum. So again, the science is there. We need to cover also the social aspect, and more importantly, the governance that we need to be able to implement everything that has been written. So I guess that's it. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy, Sir Raul, and Doc Rex. No, we open the floor now to questions from the audience, if there are any. Is there anyone? Yes, sir.
Mayong hapon sa tanan. Here's a very practical clarification I'd like to address to Dr. Rex. We define sustainable development as the ability of the present generation to meet their needs without impairing the ability of the future generation to meet their needs as well. When we talked about forest products, what we observe in the field at Silliman is that there are communities that rely on forest trees because they were promised by the DNR that there is this community-based forest management allowing them to harvest a plantation at a specific period of time. In your experience, vis-a-vis with the practices of other countries, what would be the practical thing to do, sir, when it comes to the requirements of our common Filipino to use forest products, particularly trees, for example? Is there a commercial forest plantation that we can speak of? Because we also need to use forest resources like logs to build our houses. And in the future, there will be more people who will be requiring forest products along this line. So this is for the nth time. Uh, what do you think, sir? I also asked this during the Protected Area Conference at the DNR last year, and we did not receive really a specific answer as to how to address, is there a Department of Forestry that we need to have? And then at the same time, addressing that issue that we really need to have a commercial forest plantation. But how do you regulate that so that we will not be playing hide and seek with the illegal loggers and the government? So it's really something that is worthy of discussing. How do we meet our need for forest products like timbers without, or logs, without feeling now we have to shun away or keep away from the eyes of the government? Yun lang, sir. Salamat, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Robert, for the question. Sustainable forest management, it's not all about protecting all the forests that you have. Sustainable forest management entails management of production forests and protection forests. But the key there is being able to determine how much protection forest do you need, not only in an ecosystem but also in a landscape such as a watershed. Meron kasing ano yan, there is that magic number. Now, don't ask me about that magic number. No, I haven't been able to get the research fund to be able to determine what that magic number is. To say that we have enough forest in a particular landscape or in a particular ecosystem. But there is such that need for us to determine ano ba yung minimum, ano ba yung minimum protected area that we must maintain under forest, and which of these forests we can then devote for production purposes. Now, if we can do that, that is well and good. Para walang tayong usapan, walang tayong argument about whether we can cut or we cannot cut. Now, but the reality also in Philippine forest is that we have very limited production forests or plantation forests, by the way. Plantation forest. We continue to depend on our natural forest, which is not sustainable because we are down to the last less than 1 million hectares of remaining, yung primary forest natin. So it's no longer wise to use those for anything else but to keep them there, for conservation purposes. Now, we need to establish more plantation forests. And I think that's where the government is moving now. And I hope that there will be a lot of steam to that initiative, because we badly need forest plantation development. The Secretary Lutilla was with the College of Forestry on Saturday. We met for almost half a day about important issues in forestry and what can be done. One of that is the establishment of plantation forest. We badly need plantation forest, about 3 million hectares to be sustainable, and we have to start somewhere. But you are right. The forest is not just for posterity or for conservation, but it's also for human consumption. But there is that need. Let's meet both of them. That's the ideal world. Keep enough forests for protection purposes and conservation purposes, and then use the rest for production purposes.
Thank you, Doc Rex. We have room for one more question. Is there anyone else from the group? Okay, so maybe I can take this one. I guess it's been touched on a bit already by all three, you know, in terms of like general economic benefits brought about by the forest. But currently, the capital markets, they value forests in terms of majority through their mitigation potential, right? And I think one of the objectives of this session is there a way, or are you already quantifying sort of the adaptation benefits from an economic perspective to forests? Now, I think Ms. Nancy can maybe, is EDC, FGen EDC seeing a return on investments, no, in protecting the forests for the LGUs? Are you reaping economic benefits from the conservation of your forests beyond forest products? And maybe Dr. Rex also, you have some insight on that. Now, beyond the mitigation, carbon sequestration value, are there economic benefits already being quantified, no, in the conservation of the forests?
When we talk about ROI, I think Mana is talking about the different interventions of EDC or investments of EDC in forest restoration and conservation, and what's the ROI? No? I think in previous occasions, if we are asked about the ROI for because right now it's a CSR of the company, okay? And when asked what's the ROI for this, to quote our previous president, he always says that the ROI is really the future generations. No? And I think it's because, as I said, the efforts of the company is really more of on the CSR side. Aside from, of course, it's also beneficial for the business. No? Because as you know, in geothermal, no, when it comes to maintaining the steam, it's imperative that you need to have a very, very good watershed. No? So that's why we do it both for the community and also, it's also good for the business. In terms of the carbon sequestration, we do compute, no, in terms of the amount of sequestration enough for us to compensate for the whatever it is that we are emitting. And hopefully, we will be erring on the carbon negative side. No? But when it comes to the formal computation and verification of the carbons that we are sequestering based on our conservation efforts, it's still in the works. But right now, we are doing this also for the business in terms of restoring the watersheds and also for the communities wherein we operate.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy. Dr. Rex, Sir Raul?
Okay. What are the economic benefits? Of course, we are assured that EDC will be in Ormoc, no? And of course, the carbon sequestration. And we are assured of our continuous and reliable water supply, no, for the future. I think that's.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, quantification or valuation of the benefits of adaptation, and other similar ecosystem services, of maintaining forest cover, is done in different stages of management. No? From planning, you do that. No, remember I showed you zoning of the different watersheds. No, zoning into protection and production. Right there and then, to determine which one is the best zoning, you actually quantify the ecosystem services associated with each of the alternative zoning of each watershed. No? So we do that. And then once you have determined what is the optimum zoning for each watershed, you can now then allocate the watershed to each and different uses, whether that is for adaptation by agroforestry or adaptation by plantation or by protection and conservation, And then once you have done that, then you subject that again to valuation and quantification of ecosystem services to find out whether, the allocation is not only consistent with the zoning, but at the same time also will that give you also the optimum return, to whatever investments you will make in the future. And then once you determine already, whether if you're once you determine already that your land use allocation is done properly, then you implement that. But in the course of implementation, you also continue to monitor and quantify the ecosystem services. So it's such an important activity to ensure that your management from planning to implementation is going to be robust.
Thank you so much. I wish we had more time to discuss this, but and I really hate to keep it short. But first off, can we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you. So after hearing our panelists' inputs and insights, we now turn the tables to you. As someone involved or interested in the sector, we invite you to share your reactions to the panel discussion with the people at your table, though we may ask some of you to combine. We will ask you to answer these questions, which will be flashed shortly. What is the most significant barrier to climate action in your sector? What support is needed to scale strategies? What information gaps should future research address? So there we have designated documenters. The documenters, can you please raise your hands? Okay. So we will just, if we could ask some of you to combine, like the ones who have 4 or 5 people, if you can combine to fill up one whole table so that our documenters can also distribute themselves for these small group discussions. We hope you take advantage of learning from each other, sharing also your insights and inputs. We only have about 20 minutes for the small group discussions, so we hope for these to be as productive as possible. Thank you. Wait, maybe we can take Izel. It's okay. Picture daw po. Thank you. Sir O, thank you. Are you the one sa PSF project? Okay. So kayo yung dapat kausapin namin. Kasi, di ba may meeting 2 weeks ago about sa PSF proposal? Kasi hindi lang kami naka-attend sa Zoom. So, yun. Parang yung team ko, introduce ko na naman yung isa kong team member. Oo. Okay. So, yun. So, may mga comments. Oo. Okay. So we're just waiting for the decision. Ano yung gawin mga timeline? Let's see. Okay, which is sometime this year. Okay. Okay. May expectation ba din pa yung ONI pag nag-rank siya mag-in sa implementation? Okay. Thank you, Sir Owen. Talk to you later. Documenters, can you kindly raise your hands again, please? Okay.
alone, waiting for suggestions. He's so nervous, avoiding all her questions. His lips are dry, her heart is gently pounding. Don't you just know exactly what they're thinking? If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, come on, sugar, let me know. If you really need, just reach out and touch me. Come on, tell me so, tell me so.
everyone. I hope you're having productive discussions. Just a reminder that we're down to our last 5 minutes. So hope you can wrap up in a few minutes. Thank you. Last 1 minute, everyone. Okay, I really hate to break this up, but we have a few more sessions for you this afternoon. Yeah, so if in a few minutes all of you can start proceeding to the next sessions, we promise to provide you guys with the synthesis from the discussions of this afternoon once we've processed it all. So for those who are looking to join the energy and transport session, please stay in this ballroom. If you are joining the land use and human settlements session, please proceed to Monet Ballroom 2. So, thank you, thank you. Sorry. If you are joining the energy and transport session, please proceed to the other room. If you are joining the land use and human settlement session, please stay here. So again, energy and transport is in the other room. Land use and human settlements is here. Thank you so much to everyone for your enthusiastic participation today.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we prepare for the next session on land use and human settlements, may I kindly request all participants to take their seats at tables 1 to 10. May I also ask all assigned documenters to get copies of the documentation template from the Secretariat table at the back. And then proceed to join your assigned tables. Thank you. Only it will pass. Good afternoon. As we prepare for the next session on land use and human settlements, again, may I kindly request all participants to take their seats at tables 1 to 10. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Land Use and Human Settlement session of the Sectoral Dialogue on Making Livable Communities. I am Ellie Lucas, Engagement Coordinator of the Oscar M. Lopez Center, and I have the pleasure of assisting in today's panel. This session will explore how climate change affects where and how we live, from urban planning and housing to community resilience and adaptation. We'll hear from experts and practitioners who will help us understand the impacts, vulnerabilities, and strategies for building more climate settlements. Presenting the PhilCCA Cycle 2 findings today on impacts, vulnerabilities, and adaptation and land use and human settlements is architect Maria Faith M. Verona. Architect Faith is a licensed architect, environmental planner, and assistant professor at University of the Philippines. She's also the co-founder of a nonprofit organization, Tao Pilipinas, and has a strong background in participatory human settlements development, community-based planning, and social housing. Architect Faith, may we invite you to the stage? Joining her is Ms. Maria Teresa Carampatana. Ms. Tess is a community organizer, social activist, and a former national president of the Homeless People's Federation Philippines Incorporated. She also serves as a board member of Slum Dwellers International, advocating for affordable housing and community resilience. Thank you, Ms. Tess. Last but not the least, providing her reactions and insights on the policy and local implications of these findings is Ms. Lides Meas-Sek. Ms. Lides has been with UN Habitat for over 20 years. She is the regional coordinator for climate change and urban environment for Asia Pacific. Her work has focused on urban development and climate change, particularly on supporting national and local governments across the Asia Pacific, and strengthening climate vulnerability assessments, integrating urban action into nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans, and advancing nature-based solutions as part of the overall climate strategy. She has also been an advocate for creating spaces where women and youth can actively participate in climate decision-making. Now, to make this session more interactive, we'd love to hear your thoughts and questions. Please use the pens and notepads on your tables to write down any questions you may have for our panelists and submit them to the documenters assigned to your table. Kindly indicate to whom you'd like to address your question, whether it's for a specific panelist or for everyone in the group. If time permits, before the small group discussion, we'll address some of your questions with the panel. Kindly indicate your name, organization, and email address so we can send a response in case we're not able to address your question during the session. Now, without further ado, I turn over the stage to architect Maria Faith M. Verona.
Okay, magandang hapon. My presentation is on the implications of climate change on human systems, specifically land use and human settlements, which are new areas that were added to the Philippine Climate Change Assessment Report, initially released in 2017, to highlight the interconnectivity of human and natural systems. And these are the results. Okay. Hindi na move. Next slide. Down. Okay. So, sorry ha, yung coordination ng aking ano. Contents of my presentation, a short introduction, the context, and then I'm going to impacts and vulnerabilities and adaptation strategies. Okay, so the fact, no? According to the synthesis report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, in 2023, scientists agree that human activity causes climate change. Ano lang to? So this is based on a study in 2021 that shows over 99% consensus in peer-reviewed scientific literature. Sorry? Okay. So, and these changes are rapid, intensifying, and widespread, some of which are irreversible for hundreds to thousands of years, just like sea level rise. For human settlements, the coast is a valued location. The seas are significant sources of food and sustenance and mobility. So we have 18,000 kilometers of coastlines, where 10 of the largest cities in the world, in the Philippines, are located, and 70% of the 1,525 municipalities are located along the coast. So around 60% of the country's population are in these coastal cities and municipalities. This makes us highly vulnerable to climate hazard, and this is exacerbated by poverty and gender. So the following are impacts and vulnerabilities on land use and human settlements based on the report. So first, on land use, the altered rainfall patterns and rise in temperature has diminished land productivity, limited livelihood opportunities, and fostered informality. Landlessness, poverty, poor infrastructure, and locations aggravate these impacts. So this is an informal settlement in the middle of the urban center. This is actually city of San Roque, behind Trinoma, and SEDA, Ayala development, and they are still there. So we also have inadequate infrastructure. These agricultural lands eventually will be diminished in land productivity due to the changes in climate. On human settlements, the climate change impact include heat waves, flooding, population displacement, and economic losses aggravated by vulnerabilities like low income status, poor quality housing, gender, and location. So these are just examples: the flash flood in Quezon City and PhilCCA during heavy rains. This is one of the communities that we assist in Lupang Arenda, Taytay, Rizal. This is actually high tide, so it's not even rain. These women weavers in Basay are worried about the loss of raw material source in the islands and high temperatures affecting the quality of their banigs. They weave inside the Saob cave because of temperature and humidity that is perfect for pandan leaf weaving. So they were really worried that if they don't do the weaving in the cave, the quality of the banig is low quality. So they don't want to lose that. We also have high-density housing on dangerous slopes. This is actually Baguio. Tinubuan ng bahay ang bundok. And ISFs located in resettlement sites at the periphery of the city. So we have a lot of relocation sites now. This is actually inside Quezon City pa, now, but we have a lot in Rizal, Bulacan, fringes of Metro Manila. In urban areas, urban heat island effects include the intensification of temperatures because of urbanization and human activity. So we have waste heat, air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, low albedo surface, reduced water bodies, increased impervious surfaces. So heat-absorbing materials like concrete and asphalt produce higher land surface temperatures. There is also limited vegetation, green spaces, and water bodies in urban settlements. So people get displaced, and actually a lot are being socially excluded. You would see this when you drive around Metro Manila, these people living on streets with children. And waste pickers making a living out of the trash of other people. The shift in the alignment of human settlements from locations that optimize crop or livestock production in the next 50 years translated into Sahara Desert-like conditions, so by 2050. So sobrang annoying effect. So the most affected are farmers and low-income earners. So we're talking about, this is, example lang yan, that's actually Baguio, di ba? You They were affected twice or thrice na, flooding all of these strawberry fields and vegetables because of intense rains. Sorry, hindi pala synchronize yung aking ano. And in the next decades, we see more socioeconomic instability, food insecurity, and 10-year issues, and the rise of climate refugees. So these are individuals that are displaced by force due to climate extremes. Actually, after Yolanda, ang dami nag-relocate to Metro Manila. After the conflict in Marawi, the same, no? So marami tayong mga refugees from inside the country. And mainly, women are the most affected, and children. So we have coastal erosion mitigations in Leyte, nadaanan ko. So I saw, they're doing something, no, because of the coastal erosion. But I see also a lot of these people living on the streets. Okay. Anyway, so we have the National Adaptation Plan for 2050 end. So the NAP is a collaboration between the Climate Change Commission and DNR and serves to guide the whole nation in addressing the country's vulnerability to current impacts and future risks to climate change and disasters. No. And among the priority sectors is land use and housing. Stop and click. Yeah, one more click. Okay, so adaptation options include the resilience of human settlements, especially for our cities and municipalities, according to NEP, depends on the adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Dapat one at a time. Anyway, so holistic urban planning. No, go back. Yeah, dyan lang. Okay. Holistic urban planning, system-based, balanced quantitative and qualitative adaptation costs and benefits aligned with local priorities. That's number one. The next is transparent, reliable, and clear emission reduction pathways to guide mitigation efforts. That's number two. Number three, better ventilation, cooling with lower energy use, use of heat-resistant materials, and reflective coatings. Number four, proper ridge-to-reef watershed ecosystem management approach in the preparation and updating of CLUPs, CDPs, LCAP, local disaster risk reduction management plan, and strict enforcement of zoning ordinances. And the fifth, urban vegetation lowers outdoor temperatures and sequester carbon, like the sponge city that is being espoused by China. Okay, so, yeah. So first one, so develop a centralized, accessible, and interoperable climate database for settlement planning, providing policy support to LGUs, academe, and other stakeholders to share and access climate data. That's ensure access to comprehensible, open, and shared climate information. The next one, enhance the LGU understanding and technical capacity to develop climate disaster risk assessment, or CIDRA, using tools, platforms, and simplified guides aligned with national climate action plans, and simplify guides and enhance local government unit engagement to assess CIDRA implications for local land use plans. Okay. So these are some of the examples for the enhanced CLUP with CIDRA. This is an example of a project, the next one, we did in Palo for resilient CLUP, risk-sensitive CLUP. This is a for municipality, Palo, Ormoc, Mina, and Bajangan, so parang sister cities. This was done in 2015. And then the next one, we go to mainstream nature-based solutions, and resilience. Focused urban planning and design, so NSS and CRMF to improve population and urban planning, including a database for settlement assets, bridging gaps in climate risk data tools and methodologies, and incentivize green and circular economy principles in housing programs and value change at all levels, while updating guidelines to include gender-responsive climate and disaster resilient strategies. So examples, I think you have seen that New Clark City has the nature-based solution for the development along the rivers using gabions and native trees. We have projects in Manikani, post the Yolanda, under Project Pagbangon, funded by Christian Aid and Terde Homes and Miserior. So this is participatory design, resilient housing design using hip roof or cuatro aguas, and additional supports under structure for the roof, water harvesting, and critical is the location. So most of these houses are along the coast, okay? So we have to relocate them to the higher area with lower risk of storm surges so that they will be safer. But because they are fishermen, we also allowed them to keep the structure along the coast so that they can still shelter their boats. Another project, this is using alternative technology. This is soil, cement, earth blocks. So that's, production is at the community level. So pwedeng mano-mano yung paggawa ng blocks. And then the structure is built, load-bearing siya. So they are, wala kang makikitang poste, but they are interlocking, so it's quite stable. So this is with Julio Ledesma Foundation, resettlement site in Samar. This is another one. This is Habitat for Humanity, using sweat equity, local production of the blocks, but these are cement interlocking blocks. So cemento naman siya with soil, with sand. The other one is with soil and cement. This one is sand and cement. So this was done with the community. So sila nagtayo, sama-sama sila. And a requirement to plant 10 types of plants per household para mas lumamig yung lugar. So that's in Pasay. That's in the in-city resettlement. Other national adaptation. Okay, so we have climate resilient early warning system, infrastructure and communications, adopting needs-based approach to capacity training and development for community participation, post-disaster preparedness, knowledge building on green sustainable housing design and community-based protection. Examples, we have worked with Banaba before. So this Bukod Tao, they make their own rescue boats made of fiberglass. They have go bags, they have life vests, and they have an early warning system that tells people when to relocate and where. Hindi lang when, but where. So they have an evacuation center funded by Christian Aid, I think, and we did the design and it's participatory. So they're using the evacuation center as a training center as well. So until now, they're very active with that. Next, so facilitate best practice sharing among LGUs, leveraging those, wrap up, okay, with successful climate programs to support others and establish connections with local universities, promote PPPs. So sample, we did a participatory local shelter planning with Salcedo in 2016 in Eastern Samar. The mayor was quite active, and we have this tie-up with different universities with the local community in Lupang Arenda for the technical assessment. Kasi medyo yung lugar nila, it's prone to ground shaking and liquefaction. So we did a technical assessment for them to be able to address paano nila ayusin yung lugar. So the last one is increase access to People's Survival Fund and other climate finance. So an example is Siargao with the field school. There are other similar areas in Cebu and Tarlac. And ito yung gaps. Yeah. Last na to. So knowledge gaps still exist in climate change adaptation. So linking the communities and local international institutions and the environment on climate change adaptation processes and effective communication through information dissemination. So availability and the quality of information is important to improve scientific capacity of research institutions, government agencies, and policymakers to enhance monitoring systems and develop EWS, etc. So last note, whenever we talk about climate change, sustainable development, adaptation, and mitigation, ito yung nasasabi, climate change is happening now. Adaptation is critical for communities to cope with climate change, and mitigation is essential to reduce climate change impacts. Yan na po. Thank you. Thank you.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sorry. So, ako po si Teresa. Magbibigay ako ng community perspective dun sa binigay na report o ng presentation ni architect. So, nagpapasalamat po muna ako sa Oscar M. Lopez Center para at sa mga organisasyon na nagtulong-tulong para sa event na ito. At nagpapasalamat kami sa Homeless People's Federation at sa Tampay sa pagbibigay sa amin ng panahon na maibahagi yung karanasan namin at saloobin ng mga komunidad tungkol sa usapin ng climate change, land use, at human settlements. Habang pinapakinggan ko yung presentation ni architect, syempre ramdam ko yung yung mga yung numbers na yon ay hindi lang basta numero sa report at hindi lang siya picture at hindi lang siya drama. So, ito po ay para sa aming mga urban poor communities. Ang Homeless People's Federation po ay isang national federation na binubuo ng 102 na mga samahan sa buong Pilipinas na nakatira sa mga vulnerable areas. So, ito po ay mga informal settler community, mga urban poor, mga illegal settlers. So, taon-taon, humaharap kami sa ganitong problema. Hindi lang ito sa 2050, kasi ngayon na po siya nangyayari. Marami na po namamatay at maraming nawawalan ng hanap buhay. Mas madalas na mas malalim ang baha, mas matindi ang init, mas konti ang kabuhayan, mas habang patuloy po yung pagtaas ng bilihin at kakulangan ng disente at tuloy-tuloy na trabaho. So sabay-sabay po yan nangyayari. Hindi yan siya dumadating na isa-isa. So hindi pa tapos yung isang problema, meron na. So actually po, ang goal lang ng Homeless People's Federation para sa mga miyembro niya, gusto lang naman talaga namin magkaroon ng bahay at lupa. Tapos ba't napunta kami dito sa climate change? Kasi po, yung bahay na gusto sana namin ipagpapatayo, pinagpaplanuhan pa lang namin, nag-iimpok pa lang kami ng pambili, binabaha na, nasisira na. So, paano ba yun? So, karamihan po sa amin ay nakatira sa mga itinuturing na danger zones, sa gilid ng estero, sa tabing dagat, ilalim ng transmission line, riles ng tren, at sa mga mabababang lupa. Hindi dahil gusto namin yun. Ayaw namin yun kasi hindi nga safe. Pero yun lang yung kaya ng mga sweldo namin. Yun lang yung kaya naming ma-afford. Tumatak sa akin dun sa sinasabi sa report kanina, sa presentation ni architect, yung landlessness, poor housing, lack of infrastructure. Hindi lang po ito simpleng vulnerabilities. Ito po ay resulta ng kakulangan ng partisipasyon ng mga mahihirap sa land use planning at urban development. Meron pong mga batas, kaso hindi naman sapat ang mga mekanismo para sa mas maayos na pagpapatupad nito. Ito ay reflection din ng kakulangan ng kapangyarihan ng mga mamamayan upang maimpluwensyahan ang mga desisyon at plano na nakakaapekto sa kanilang kinabukasan. Kapag meron pong relokasyon, masaya ang mga developer kasi meron silang project. Pero kami po malungkot kasi napapalayo kami sa trabaho, napapalayo sa paaralan ng mga anak at sa mga kabuhayan. Kaya sa halip na guminhawa ang buhay, nadadagdagan ng burden at gastos ng pamilya, mas madalas hindi naaayon ang proyekto sa tunay naming pangangailangan at kalagayan. So ang Homeless People's Federation Philippines, natutunan po namin sa pakikipagtulungan sa aming mga kasamahan sa Slum Dwellers International at Asian Coalition for Housing Rights na ang tunay na resiliency ay nagsisimula kapag kasama ang komunidad sa bawat yugto ng pagpapatupad ng proyekto. Proyekto man ito sa palupa, pabahay, sa klima o ano paman. Hindi lang kami dapat konsultahin kung ano ang aming kailangan. Ano bang kailangan nyo? Ano ba gusto nyo? Ano bang proyekto? Kundi sana kilalanin kami bilang resource, bilang katuwang sa pagbuo at pagpapatupad, pagmonitor ng mga proyekto. Siguro po ang mas tanong ay ano pa ang maaari nating pagtulungan bilang mga komunidad na kayo'y nakatira dyan, kayo'y nahihirapan dyan, kayo yung nabubuhay na ng matagal dyan, paano ba ninyo nakikita ang solusyon? At yun ang pagtulungan. Kaya may mga community savings po kami na binubuo, nagsasagawa kami ng mga participatory mapping, vulnerability at capacity assessment, at pakikipagtulungan sa mga LGUs, technical partners tulad ng Tao Pilipinas, Tampay, at iba pang mga institution. So, sabay namin dinidisenyo sana ang mga ligtas at matibay na bahay sa komunidad. Ang proseso pong ito ay nagpapakita ng pagkilala sa aspeto ng mga tao na sa anumang kalagayan nila sa buhay. Maganda yung layunin ng National Adaptation Plan at Human Settlements Framework, lalo yung sinasabi na pagpapalakas ng kakayahan ng mga LGU. Pero sana, palakasin din yung kapasidad naming mga urban poor na makilahok at maunawaan ano ba ibig sabihin ng land use plan? Ano ba ibig sabihin ng KLUP? Paano ba ito makaka-apekto sa buhay namin? Para hindi lang siya parang libro para sa amin, kung hindi isa siyang solusyon. At sana, mabigyan kami ng kapangyarihan na maimpluwensyahan yun. Kasi kung tinuturing nga nating resource ang mga community, ang mga tao, pero baliwala naman pagkatapos ng consultation, meron na rin namang planong sarili na yun din ang ipapatupad, wala din. Sayang lang yung attendance namin. 2 hours kami or isang buong araw. Hindi naman pala kami makakapag-input. So yun po. So sa aming federasyon, ang land and housing security ay hindi lamang social development agenda. Ito rin ay climate adaptation strategy. Dahil kung wala kang kasiguraduhan sa lupa na tinitirhan mo, wala kang kakayahang magplano ng pangmatagalang solusyon, hindi ka makakapagtayo ng matibay na bahay para maproteksyonan ka, hindi ka makakapagbuo ng mga pamamaraan para makapag-adapt. So, kung hindi kasama ang komunidad, walang adaptation. So, sa amin po, ang community upgrading, ang pag-aangat ng bahay, paggawa ng drainage, riprap, green open spaces, ay mga konkretong halimbawa ng people-led climate adaptation. Ito ay mga hakbang ng komunidad na hindi naghihintay ng proyekto ng tagalabas, kundi gumagawa sila mismo ng solusyon. Ang adaptation para sa amin ay ang ipagamit sa tao. Ang adaptation ay hindi aparato, hindi siya parang binagsak na solution o ginawa o dinisenyo, innovation, eto na. Kung hindi, paraan siya ng pamumuhay. So sana po ang panawagan namin ay ma-involve ang mga community sa ganitong mga larangan, gawin sila at igalang ang kanila, irespeto yung kanilang kalagayan at bigyan sila ng puwang sa pagpaplano at paggawa ng solusyon saan man, whether rural or urban. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Tess. Hindi ko sana, I didn't want to stand here in the rostrum because I'm challenged in height. I might have not been baka hindi niyo ako nakikita sa likod. Pero hindi po rostrum ang nagsasalita. Ako po si Light, saya mula sa UN Habitat. But I cannot agree more with Tess. Tess basically said it all. There's no adaptation if it's not working for the people. Aanhin mo ang adaptation if it's not really saving them and what they need right now. So at the end of the day, we are at UN Habitat very happy, and thank you OML for inviting us. We're very happy to be here because we want to echo the importance of what the national government has done in including land use and human settlements as part of the priority in the NAP. But beyond the NAP, land use and human settlements also offers opportunity for mitigation. So it should also be linked to the NDC. Bakit? Puntahan ko muna yung mitigation part. Because land use and sustainable land use and sustainable human settlements offers, nakita nga sa report ni Faith kanina, that it offers new ways of building where we live. It offers new ways of understanding how we can economically grow. That is also saving, and that is also protecting the environment. That is also nature positive. At the end of the day, if we remove nature positivity in the development that we do, no land use plan is going to be sustainable, and no human settlements will be sustainable. So it is very important for us to incorporate nature and the people. People-centered development and nature-positive development is what we need right now if we really want to achieve the NDC and the National Adaptation Plan that we have in the country. It is global good practice to do this in conjunction with the communities who are, at the end of the day, facing the challenges day in and day out while we all think about the science. So sabi nga ni Tess, if the science doesn't mean anything to the people, then how can they act with the local government? So the local government at the end of the day is our conduit to make it happen on the ground. And UN Habitat believes that multi-level actions is going to be very important, multi-level partnership is going to be very important, and land use planning needs to embody the actions of all. And because it can offer us to understand, not only kanina sinabi, ay ganda nung presentation ni Doc Rex, that the planning is very important, but also the implementation of the plan is where we most of the time fail. And how do you make it work? Land use plan, the CLUPs, the PDPFP, if it's just the plan of the government, then it doesn't work. But if it's a plan crafted with the people, then it can make sense. But it still needs another lever, which is your zoning ordinance, which is your building code, which is your social development plan, your local shelter plan. But those would need interaction with those who will live in the houses and those who would conduct the activities. If it's not catering to what they need, as I said, we're doomed to fail. Community-based actions is where it should start. That community action should be informed by science, and that's where we all should be taking part of. How do we make science mean and be implementable to the ordinary people who in their day-to-day walk of life needs this information for the decision that they make? When we have sustainable land use and human settlements plan, it provides us that systems thinking where we can educate, or we would be able to understand how spatially, functionally, physically, and organizationally from the people up to the government should be acting together. Because maling desisyon ng isang pamilya, magkakaroon ng maling impact sa susunod na pamilya. Maling desisyon in a plot that we are developing could introduce maladaptation to the other. It is very important that human settlements planning looks at systems approach, and human settlements is not just where we live, it is also where we conduct our activities. And therefore, we should be able to understand in human settlements and land use planning the different typologies of our local governments. Hindi kasi, as they say, it's not a one-size-fits-all action for our climate actions. Some local governments are just emerging and developing. Some local governments are fast-growing. Some local governments are already locked in, and are cities who are already engaging in a lot of activities. And we have mega cities, I mean, if I may say that, we have Davao or the metro areas as our version of megacities. And what works for one is not necessarily going to work for the others. But that can be tweaked according to the role, the function of this local government that best suit their people. And that's the only way for us to avoid displacement, as Faith said. We don't want our climate actions to cause create or reintroduce new risk, no? So you would like to move people away from the coast because of your fear of storm surge, but you move them to another area that is already facing what? Erosion, landslide. So it is not it's not just climate drivers, climate impact drivers that we should be understanding. We should be understanding how our local governments are the morphology that's happening, the growth that's happening, where it's growing, because sometimes the best action is keeping them there because they have an attachment and economic activities in the area, but allowing them to use technology that the private sector here can support and the research community can support. So in situ adaptation is also an option. It's not just movement. And climate, the science, is telling us that climate is going to change. But it is something that through land use planning and sustainable human settlements planning, we can use as a means to adopt and innovate so that we thrive in a new climate. We often, and then adaptation is all about that. It's not just looking at the negative impacts or the negative impacts that communities would experience, but it's also looking at opportunities that it can bring to communities. Some who doesn't have water before now would have excess rain, but how can technology and partnerships help them harness that water so that they can have water when they don't have water? Now we're experiencing urban heat. We're not building the way that we're supposed to be. We're not letting nature back in. But given the new dimensions of temperature, what new jobs are going to be created? How can we now use land use planning and human settlements design as a means for supporting new skills and new technologies for the communities who need livelihoods in the context of the risks that they're facing? So there are many options, but land use planning helps us look now and in the future. Yun lang yung masakit that we are seeing now. A lot of the risk assessment are only focused on current risks. But what is working now is not necessarily going to work for us in the future. So similarly in the climate projections, we say in the next 30 years, we are increasing up to this level, but there's going to be a new trend. So it has the land use planning and human settlements design track that we should be incorporating in local government planning is a planning that adjusts to potential new thresholds in the future. The temporal element of climate impacts is going to be crucial. We should understand the carrying capacities of cities now, the local governments now, because without understanding that, we also do not know how to provide for and care for the most vulnerable, especially the women and children who will be living in the cities and the LGUs we are building now. So more challenge for us to think of when it comes to human settlements planning, and happy to be to announce to everybody that UN Habitat has been a staunch partner of DSUD and DILG in ensuring that local governments have the capacity to work with communities in designing a sustainable community that is adaptive to climate and responsive to the future needs for GHG avoidance. So thank you very much. Magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Architect Faith, Ms. Tess, Ms. Lides, for those thoughtful insights and perspectives. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Really, you've certainly given all of us a lot to think about and reflect on. Okay. Being mindful of the time, we'll now move on to the next exciting part of our session. After hearing our panelists' insights, we now turn the tables to you. As someone involved or interested in the sector, we invite you to share your reactions, to the panel discussion with the people at your table and answer these 3 questions. First, what is the most significant barrier to climate action in the sector? Second, what support is needed to scale strategies? And lastly, what information gaps should future research address? There is a pre-assigned documenters per table. Documenters, please raise your hands. Thank you. We've allocated 20 minutes for small group discussions. Last 9 minutes. Last 3 minutes. Participants and documenters, please wrap up. There's still much to discuss, but we are out of time for now. Thank you to our panelists and our participants for your sharing and insights. With thanks to our documenters, we hope to share with a synthesis of inputs from this session after the forum. By the way, snacks are available, so please feel free to grab yours at the buffet table. The next sectoral dialogues are on sustaining our future. If you're joining the food security session, please stay in this ballroom. If you're joining the water resources session, please move to Monet Ballroom 3. Again, this has been Ellie Lucas. Maraming salamat po.
Hello. Hello everyone. Good afternoon po. Again, for everyone registered for the Food Security Sectoral Dialogue, please stay here. But for everyone who are registered for the Water Resources Sectoral Dialogue, please go to the other ballroom. And meron po tayong snacks available ulit. So, feel free lang po na kumuha sa likod. Same place po ng lunch. Thank you po.
Yesterday and days before, sun is cold and rain is hard. I know, been that way for all my time. To forever on it goes. Through the circle, fast and slow. I know it can't stop. I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen rain? Coming down on Saturday.
Hello! Good afternoon, everyone! So, I hope we're still okay and may energy pa po tayo. Last session na po, so konting kembot na lang. I-ano lang po namin yung mga documenters to please go to the back of the room and hanapin po natin si Miss Reg para makuha niyo po yung worksheets for your tables. Thank you! Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today to the food security session of the Sectoral Dialogue on Sustaining Our Future. I am Jean Renices, the Research Specialist for Society and Development of Oscar M. Lopez Center, and I have the pleasure of assisting today's panel. This session will examine how food and nutrition security are central to building climate resilience. We will explore intersections of food security, nutrition security, and climate change, with an emphasis on both urban and rural contexts. Presenting the PhilCCA's Cycle 2 findings today on the gaps, challenges, and adaptation strategies in the food and nutrition sector will be Dr. Maria Sofia V. Amara. Dr. Amara obtained her PhD in nutrition from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and certificate in biochemistry from the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of the Philippines, Manila. She is currently a professorial lecturer at the College of Home Economics in UP Diliman. Her work focuses on teaching and nutrition research, particularly among children. She was previously affiliated with International Life Sciences Institute, Southeast Asia Region and Food Nutrition Research Institute of DOST. Her published studies examine the impact of nutrition on health outcomes in the Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries. Currently, she is working on the influence of nutrition on immune and cognitive function, physical fitness, growth, and development of Filipino school-aged children. Let's give a warm round of applause for our first speaker, Dr. Amara.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. So let me start with a few definitions. Food security exists when all people at all times have the physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active, healthy life. Now, nutrition security refers to the consistent access, availability, and affordability of foods and beverages that promote well-being and prevent and treat disease. Okay, so we already know the definition of greenhouse gas emissions, and let us go to the next slide. So food is associated with greenhouse gas emissions. And the life cycle assessment method is the method that is used to investigate the environmental impact of food. So this method takes into account all parts of the supply chain, including agriculture, processing, waste, retail, transport, and household use. As we can see in this slide, this is the entire life cycle of every food product that is consumed by every individual. So the process for measuring the GHG includes the industrial processes and the large variety of components that go into these foods, such as the processing and the additives and the packaging. So what is a food system? It refers to the entire complex of this web of activities involving the production, processing, transport, and consumption of food. And each aspect of the system produces greenhouse gases. So how the system operates and its outcomes determine a country's food as well as its nutrition security. So studies have shown that food system activities produce greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change. And among these activities, livestock production is the largest greenhouse gas contributor. So here in this table, we can see the greenhouse gas emissions from different food sources. So at the top, we have the beef and livestock, and we have a few plant sources, but towards the bottom, we can see that mostly plant sources, are at the bottom of the greenhouse gas emissions table. So malnutrition is defined as resulting from deficiencies, excesses, or imbalances in the consumption of macro and micronutrients. Malnutrition may be an outcome of food insecurity, or it can relate to other factors such as unhealthy food environments resulting from a dysfunctional food system. So food systems are a leading cause of environmental degradation and depletion of our natural resources. The IPCC has mentioned in their most recent report that consumption of healthy and sustainable diets are a major opportunity for reducing greenhouse gas emissions from food systems and improving health outcomes. So this is the report, and it defines sustainable healthy diets as dietary patterns that promote all dimensions of individuals' health and well-being, have low environmental pressure and impact. They are accessible, affordable, safe, and equitable, and they are culturally acceptable. So according to these reports, what are the aims of sustainable healthy diets? They should achieve optimal growth and development of all individuals, support the functioning of physical, mental, social well-being at all life stages for present and future generations. It should prevent all forms of malnutrition while reducing the risk of diet-related non-communicable diseases. And at the same time, it should support the preservation of biodiversity and planetary health. So sustainable healthy diets must have all these dimensions of sustainability. So what are the principles as defined in this WHO report? First, one of these is that they should be based on a great variety of unprocessed, minimally processed foods, balanced across food groups while restricting the consumption of highly processed foods and drink products. They should include whole grains, legumes, nuts, an abundance of fruits and vegetables, and include a moderate amount of eggs, dairy, poultry, and fish or animal protein. So overall, the description of a healthy diet, a sustainable diet, is a whole foods, plant-based with minimally processed foods, basically, a small amount of animal foods. So the FAO has come up with a definition of what we call ultra-processed foods, and we can see in its website that ultra-processed foods, as defined by what they call the NOVA classification, are industrial food and drink formulations made of food-derived substances and additives and often containing little or no whole foods. And it is now known that these processed foods have an environmental impact. So this is one study showing how these ultra-processed foods promote greenhouse gases. This is a longitudinal study of a dietary intervention in a Southern European population with metabolic syndrome, which leads to a variety of diseases. So the intervention is a plant-based Mediterranean diet. And food intake was assessed using different types of dietary assessment methods. And the greenhouse gas emissions of the diet was estimated. And the result of the study showed that reductions in this processed food consumption reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 0.6 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalents. So the UPFs may also contain food additives with potential detrimental effects on health. What are these controversial food additives? These include emulsifiers, preservatives, added sugar, and sweeteners. And what is the mechanism by which this happens is usually by changes in the gut microbiome, which is an ecosystem within our bodies. And these changes cause inflammation, which is a marker of cell damage, and inflammation is what leads to the development of different types of chronic diseases. So changes in the composition of the gut microbiome has been associated with all these types of diseases. Okay. So this is our recently published studies showing that processed snacks and baked goods predicted inflammation measured by a biomarker C-reactive protein among Filipino school children. This was done in 2 public elementary schools in Metro Manila, one in Marikina, another in Parañaque. And the food categories that predicted inflammation, one was processed rice, cereal, and starch products, comprising glutinous rice products, traditional snacks, instant noodles, extruded chips. The other was commercial baked products, biscuits, cakes, cookies, pastries, and processed and preserved food and vegetable products. So this is a report from UNICEF in 2023, which discusses how the Philippines food environment is failing our children and illustrating the issues in our current food system. Now, aside from the ingredients, the food packaging is another source of environmental degradation. Now, this study examined marine debris in beaches in a South American city, showing that the major debris along beaches was plastic material, identified as coming from food-related materials. So this slide shows the major plastic-emitting rivers globally. And ironically, 7 out of the 10 are located in the Philippines, with the Pasig River being the highest. So these plastic materials degrade into microplastics and release chemical compounds into the environment that go into the food chain. It is now established that humans are constantly exposed to microplastics through the air and ingestion through water and the diet. Studies in laboratory animals show that microplastic exposure is linked to various forms of inflammation, immunological response, endocrine disruption, alteration of lipid and energy metabolism. And over the past decades, the prevalence of overweight and obesity in human populations has increased, corresponding with the increase in global plastic productions, and microplastics are now classified as obesogens. So this is the 2024 update from FNRI regarding prevalence of obesity among adults, which is at 39.8%, and among lactating women, it's 51%. So now we can now see that there's a two-way relationship between climate change and food security, wherein environmental degradation and climate change influences food security by reducing production, while activities to achieve food security contribute to degradation and climate change. But we need food security in order to prevent hunger, and we need the security to prevent disease. So this is a report from the World Food Program showing the relationship between food security and nutrition security. So in 2015, it showed that 1/3 of households would not be able to afford a diet that meets nutritional needs, although it meets energy needs. So you're not hungry, but it's not nutritionally adequate, because the average cost for a nutritious diet was 206, whereas the cost for a sufficient diet was 108. So this is another study from the World Food Program examining the consumption of a nutritionally adequate. So that was the definition: 100 grams meat, 103 grams fruit, 200 grams vegetables, 200 grams rice. And we can see they mapped out the nutritional adequacy of food intake, and across the Philippines, it was very rare to have a nutritionally adequate diet. So in this state-of-the-art review by a group of cardiologists, it showed that we need food security and nutrition security, but this requires a spectrum of policies and programs. So policies and programs should address human needs to prevent hunger, but they should also make available nutritious foods to prevent disease. So we have to go all the way from food sufficiency to nutrition sufficiency and nutrition security. Health disparities will only be eliminated as we move along the continuum. So we cannot just stop at food sufficiency. Okay, so this last slide shows evidence showing the lack of food and nutrition security based on health disparities. So this upper chart shows the life expectancy of the Western Pacific region, which includes Southeast Asian countries. So it shows that in the Western Pacific, over the period of 2000 to 2021, the life expectancy increased by 5.46 years, from below 75 to 77.4, whereas for the Philippines, life expectancy decreased during the same period from 70 to 66.4. And the same thing goes for healthy life expectancy, which is the number of years we spend in full health. So while it increased for Western Pacific, other Southeast Asian countries, it also decreased once again for the Philippines. And what is the major risk factor for this death and disability? So the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluations showed that dietary risks is one of the major risk factors for the Philippines. So in summary, climate change impacts food security. Actions to food security to achieve food security influence climate change. Current efforts focus on achieving rice security and sufficiency. Filipino diets are high in ultra-processed foods, which contribute to environmental degradation and chronic disease, which is why cancer and diabetes occur at younger ages. Although hunger is prevented, nutrition security is not achieved, and sustainable healthy diets are necessary to achieve both food and nutrition security while protecting the environment. So thank you. I end my report.
Thank you for your presentation, Doc Sophie. Please remain in the stage. Doc Sophie, please take a seat in front of the stage. Thank you po. As part of our panel as well, we are joined today by Ms. Soledad S. Villanueva from the Public Schools District Supervisor from the Department of Education's Los Baños Sub-Office, and by Ms. Michelle R. Samia, a master teacher too from the Labuin Elementary School, who will share their experiences in trying to implement relative initiatives in the sector. If you may also join us in the stage, ma'am. Thank you. And lastly, providing her reaction and insights on the findings vis-a-vis the experience of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, or CIRCA, is Dr. Mercedita Zumbilya, the center's director. Dr. Mercy Zumbilya is the 12th and first woman center director of CIRCA, a distinguished economist with decades of experience in agricultural and regional development. She previously served as Undersecretary at the Department of Agriculture and National Economic and Development Authority. She also held key roles at IFPRI, ERI, and CIRCA. She has also consulted for major institutions such as ADB, World Bank, International Fund for Agricultural Development, Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research of Canada. Dr. Zumbilya holds degrees in mathematics and economics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and a PhD in agricultural economics from the University of Minnesota. Currently, she serves as Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian Agricultural Economists, Board Director of the Oscar M. Lopez Center, and continues to champion food security, climate-smart agriculture, and farmer welfare across Southeast Asia and South Asia. Again, to our kind participants, please use the pens and notepads at your table to write down any questions that you may have and submit it to any OML Center staff that you may see. And without further ado, I turn over the stage to Ms. Soledad.
Hi. Ayan, alay pa po tayo. So once again, good day to each and everyone. Together with me with this topic is Ma Michelle, the master teacher of Labuin Elementary School. And we're going to share with you the implementation of School plus Home Garden Biodiversity Enhancement and Enterprise Program in Laguna, Philippines. The main objective of this case study is to examine the implementation and outcomes of the School plus Home Gardens Biodiversity Enhancement and Enterprises, or SHIGB, in the Philippines, focusing on how the program effectively links research-based knowledge to practical application in schools and communities to promote sustainable agriculture, nutrition, and biodiversity conservation. Specifically, this case study aims to describe the key components and strategies adopted in the implementation of SHIGB in selected schools in the Philippines, determine how research findings and scientific knowledge in sustainable agriculture and biodiversity conservation are integrated into the SHIGB program, assess the level of participation and collaboration among teachers, learners, parents, local government units, and partner institutions in sustaining the program. Then identify the challenges and facilitating factors encountered during the implementation of the SHIGB initiative. Evaluate the outcomes of the program in terms of its impact on learners' awareness, community food security, and biodiversity enhancement, and to see the proposed recommendations and best practices to strengthen the linkage between research and practice in future school-based biodiversity and agriculture program. In recent years, growing concern about food security, insecurity, malnutrition, and environmental degradation have drawn attention to the need for sustainable, community-based solutions that integrate education, agriculture, and biodiversity conservation. In the Philippines, the education sector has responded to these challenges through innovative school-based programs that promote both learning and livelihood opportunities. One such initiative is the School plus Home Gardens Biodiversity Enhancement Enterprise, or the SHIGB, which builds upon the success of the School plus Home Gardens program and expands its reach to include biodiversity enhancement and enterprise development components. The School plus Home Gardens Biodiversity Enhancement, or the SHIGB, in the Philippines is an educational initiative that addresses food insecurity, malnutrition, and environmental degradation by integrating sustainable agriculture, biodiversity conservation, and livelihood education into the school system. Implemented by the Department of Education in collaboration with SECTORAL, the program expands the earlier School plus Home Gardens program by linking research to practice, enabling schools to apply scientific knowledge on food production and ecological preservation in the real-life setting. Through garden-based learning, students, teachers, and communities gain practical skills in nutrition, environmental stewardship, and enterprise development. Aligned with the principles of education, of Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals. The program fosters sustainability, community resilience, and lifelong learning among Filipino learners. And to continue, may I call in the master teacher of Labuin Elementary School, Ma'am Michelle Samia, for the rationale and other details about the case study.
Good afternoon. Thank you po, Ma'am Sol. So, for the rationale, food insecurity, malnutrition, and environmental degradation remain pressing issues in the Philippines. Almost 5 to 10-year-old children are underweight and stunted, affecting both the health and learning capacity of school-age children. Studies have shown that these problems are rooted in inadequate access to nutritious food, unsustainable agricultural practices, and lack of environmental awareness among communities. Recognizing the integral role of education in addressing these interconnected challenges, the Department of Education, in partnership with the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Studies and Research in Agriculture, introduced the School plus Home Gardens Biodiversity Enhancement and Enterprises, or SHIGB initiatives. This program aims to link classroom learning with real-world application by integrating school and home gardening, biodiversity conservation, and small enterprises development. So the SHIGB programs bridges research and practice by applying scientific knowledge in agriculture, nutrition, and biodiversity to real-life school and community activities. Through collaboration between DepEd and CIRCA, research-based methods such as organic farming and biodiversity conservation are integrated into education, helping students and teachers turn theory into hands-on learning. This approach promotes food security, environmental care, and livelihood opportunities, while ensuring that school programs are both evidence-based and socially relevant, thereby contributing to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, where school gardens serve as a learning laboratory for our school children. The purpose of the study is to examine the document and the implementation of the School plus Home Gardens Biodiversity Enhancement and Enterprises, or the SHIGB, in selected schools in the Philippines, focusing on how research-based knowledge and scientific practices are effectively translated into school and community initiatives. Specifically, the study seeks to understand how the integration of sustainable agriculture, nutrition education, and biodiversity conservation enhances learners' awareness, skills, and community engagement. It also aims to identify the best practices, challenges, and outcomes associated with the program's implementation to provide insights for improving and sustaining similar initiatives in other schools. Ultimately, this study intends to highlight the vital role of linking research to practice in promoting food security, environmental stewardship, and education for sustainable development among Filipino learners and their communities. So the result of the study, so as you can see on the screen, it is a self-propelling model. So the study on the implementation of, actually it is School Home Gardens Program, then it turns to SHIGB in the Philippines, revealed in that integrating research practice in sustainable agriculture, nutrition, and biodiversity conservation. So as shown in the self-propelling model for School and Home Garden Program of UPLB, CIRCA, and DepEd Laguna, so we are there are 6 pilot schools in Laguna, and 2 adapted schools were selected to be part of the initiative. So among these 6 pilot schools, Labuin Elementary School in Pila Sub-Office was recognized as the most outstanding partner of CIRCA. So as an awardee, Labuin Elementary School expanded the program by scaling it up to 12 public elementary, 2 junior and 2 senior high school under the PILA sub-office. The effort of Labuin Elementary School did not end there. It also became a benchmarking site for nearby sub-offices and other provinces, which we fund by refer to as brother and sister schools. SECTORAL initiative was later introduced in Coron and Busuanga, Palawan, led by Dr. Manny Reyes. Today, this program continues to flourish, not only across the Philippines, but also in the other Asian countries such as Cambodia, demonstrating its adaptability and impact beyond borders. So the data indicate that the SECTORAL program significantly improved participation, productivity, and environmental awareness in participating schools. The integration of research-based practice not only enhanced the quality of learning, but also promote food security, biodiversity conservation, and community livelihood development. The substantial increase in school and home gardens, crop diversity, and student engagement reflects the program's effectiveness in linking research to practical application. Teachers and students reported increased environmental awareness and appreciation for agriculture-based learning. Parents and community members became more engaged in supporting school gardening and biodiversity projects. School gardens evolved it into sustainable living laboratories used in science, EPP, and values education classes. Nutrition and health improvement were noted among students who regularly consume vegetables from schools and home gardens. Income-generating projects such as organic, compost sales, seedling propagation, and herbal production have emerged in several schools. So for recommendation, institutionalize SECTORAL programs across schools by integrating it into DepEd curriculum, particularly in science, EPP, and TLE and values education, to ensure continuity and consistent implementation. Enhance teachers' training and capacity building programs on sustainable agriculture, biodiversity conservation, and enterprise development, so educators can effectively guide learners in applying research-based practices. Strengthen partnership among the Department of Education, CIRCA, local government units, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and community stakeholders to provide technical, financial, and logistical support to school and home gardens initiatives. Promote community participation by involving parents, local farmers, and youth organizations. Establish monitoring and evaluation system to regularly assess the impact of SECTORAL on student learning outcomes, nutrition, and environmental awareness, ensuring continuous improvement and replication of best practices. Encourage research and innovation in garden design, biodiversity enhancement, and organic production method. Provide funding and incentives for schools that demonstrate exemplary implementation of the program to motivate wider adoption and sustain long-term success. Integrate livelihood and enterprise components by developing small-scale, school-based projects to support income generation and community resilience. In conclusion, sustaining and scaling up the SECTORAL program requires continued collaboration, strong policy support, and capacity development at both the school and community levels. By reinforcing the link between research and practice, the program can further enhance food security, promote environmental stewardship, and advance educational for sustainable development throughout the Philippines. So the SECTORAL programs, so ito po ay nag-umpisa dun sa aming School and Home Gardens program with CIRCA. So actually, kami po ay 6 na pilot school and 2 adapted pilot school. So Labuin Elementary School po as master teacher, so kami po yung na-awardan. So yung pong program is actually 1 year lang. So after po ng 1 year, so kami po yung nag-initiate na paano i-continue ang program. So proud po kami na sabihin sa inyo na ang aming pong programa ay magsasampung taon na this coming January. So still it is sustaining. Yun po ang aming pong pinagmamalaki po ng DepEd Laguna in partnership po with SECTORAL and UPLB. So nadagdagan na po. So yung pong SHIGB, actually meron pong SHIGB 1, ngayon po ay SHIGB 4 na. Ang SHIGB 3 po ay nangyari last year sa Cambodia. So ngayon po ay, next year po ay sa Bicol po. So yun po yung, ganun na po kalawak yung po ng school and home gardens kung biodiversity enhancement and enterprises. And to end up, sabi nga po, linking research to practice through the school plus home gardens kung biodiversity enhancement and enterprises turn knowledge into nourishment, proving that science truly thrives when it grows in the soil of the community. So that's all. Thank you very much po.
Doesn't work. Magandang hapon po uli sa ating lahat. Maraming salamat po sa OML for inviting us, to be part of this conference or forum or workshop. Napaka-importante po ngayon itong Climate Actors Forum and Exchange kasi we're now in the process of updating our NDC and I think we really need this, to get the updated information which were given to us by the results of the PhilCCA, no? Maraming salamat din po kay Ma'am Sofia Amara for sharing to us kung ano yung relationship ng climate change, food security and nutrition security, and to our partner, very good partner. Iniimbitahan po kayo sa Laguna to experience yung SHIGB project that they are now really sustaining. I think this is very important. So this dialogue captures what we in SHARCA strongly advocate, the integration of science, policy, and practice to make climate resilience both tangible and transformative. Okay. So kanina sa report ni Ma'am Amara, it highlights the complex linkages between food systems and climate change and human health. It distinguishes between food sufficiency, food security, and nutrition security. Of course, alam natin yung food security, nandyan yung 4 na pillars niya, no? Having enough food, affordable, accessible to everybody. Ang nutrition security is really having not only, having all this food, but they have to be diverse in variety, safe, nutritious, and of course, irrespective of the social position, income class, and other factors. Nandiyan na rin po yung element of sustainability in nutrition security. Because without sustainability, hindi natin talaga makakamtan at food security and nutrition security at the same time. So this distinction is critical because, as the findings show, even if we achieve calorie sufficiency, 1/3 of Filipino households still cannot afford a diet that meets basic nutritional needs. The report also underscores how climate change intensifies this challenge through crop losses, reduced quality of produce, disruptions in food supply chains. But we also very well know that our food system also contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, particularly through unsustainable practices like the use of fertilizer and pesticides, deforestation and illegal cutting of trees, practices in livestock production, and even consumption, behavior that results to magnitude of food waste, that also needs to be mentioned. Therefore, the path forward really must go beyond producing more food. We need to redesign our food system so that the we do not only provide nourishment to people, but also to regenerate the environment at the same time. The concept of sustainable healthy diet, as highlighted by Dr. Amara's presentation, is one that is healthy for people, the planet, which is pursued by achieving at the same time nutritionally adequate, safe and healthy, culturally acceptable, accessible and affordable, and protective of biodiversity and ecosystems. And nakita nyo na kanina, may dalawa kaming programa. Well, these are just two programs that I'm not going to be highlighting. The first one was the School Plus Home Garden, Cum Biodiversity Enhancement Enterprise, a model of climate resilient nutrition and providing sustainable healthy diets to the communities, especially to the school children. So on our research study that is now rolled out to in several municipalities, nakita ninyo po yung municipalities kanina na pinakita ni Ma'am Sol at saka ni Ma'am Michelle. It's now expanding to go also to some Busuanga and Coron, and then hopefully next year to Bicol. We have already started also sa Cambodia, and we are really trying to invite other countries to also embrace this project because it's very important for their school children. We have been talking with Indonesia, with Myanmar, with Timor-Leste, and doing also this. Of course, we need funding for this, but once it's already underground, it is really sustaining yung project. Very minimal cost from the government, but then what is really needed here is really the strong collaboration among several actors, the most important of which is the community themselves, the schools, and of course the local government. So pag nandun na po sila, nandun na po yung module, I think it's really more of implementation that is necessary. Nakita nyo siguro kanina kung gaano ka-intensive yung training that has been done, in this pilot schools that we have, that we have started this program with several years ago. The other project, the other project is the one that I mentioned a while ago about this rice straw biogas hub. Yung changing ng environment ng ating mga farmers, because many of us, even in Laguna, you can probably go to the fields and and see for themselves. Nabawasan na nga yung burning ng straw because it used to be talaga bine-burn nila yung straw, no? Pero now nabawasan siguro yon. But what they are doing is really incorporating. Kasi hindi nila alam kung saan ang pwedeng paggamitan ng straw. So this project is really aimed to properly manage the disposal of straw, and one of which is really through this biogas hub, no? So dun sa biogas, pwedeng gamitan yung straw, magiging electric, supply of electricity para dun sa mga ibang livelihood activities. Pwede rin biochar. That biochar can now be incorporated to the soil and, enrich the soil. Pwede rin naman gamitin yung straw sa other livelihood like mushroom production. Yun ang mga some of the activities that they have really shown in this project. So, yung rice straw biogas hub similarly emphasizes the need for collaboration. Pag nandyan po yung collaboration, mas madali po talagang, ma-roll out ang ating mga proyekto, magagandang proyekto. Okay? So, at CIRCA, we really, we are really a catalyst for agricultural transformation, agricultural transformation in particular, through science, policy, and practice. Science to generate the evidence from cutting-edge research and develop the platform for agricultural data establishment and innovation. Policy to provide advisory services, undertake roundtable discussions, dialogues, produce policy briefs, and develop strategic national roadmap as channel to translate scientific knowledge into policies, and of course, at practice, building human and institutional capacity and monitoring and evaluating how these projects are really helping or achieving their objectives. This would ensure a dynamic interface taking place that accelerates knowledge adoption, strengthens institutional capacity, and empowers communities. Achieving food and nutrition security and ag transformation in the face of climate change requires well-grounded research, enabling environment policy, strong institutions, and empowered communities that work together, to achieve the very purpose of what we are doing. And lastly, Sharka remains committed, and we are inviting you to collaborate with us on projects that you may want for us to do. Sharka remains committed to supporting initiatives like the SHIGB and the RSBH and other similar projects by working with partners in turning research into concrete action. The end goal is for this project to be institutionalized to achieve the needed sustainable transformation that responds to achieving healthy and environmentally conscious diet. In our 12th FYDP, ang theme namin is sustainable transformation of agricultural systems through innovation in Southeast Asia, kasi Southeast Asia ang coverage namin. We aim to rapidly achieve a rapid systemic transformation of agriculture from subsistence farming to a modern, high-productive, and sustainable enterprise with bigger societal and health benefits for farmers and communities. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po, Dr. Maria Sofia Amara, Dr. Mercedita Sumbilla, Ms. Soledad Villanueva, and Ms. Michelle Samia. Please remain on stage as we take the photo op. Photo op lang po. All right. Again, a warm thank you to our panelists. You've certainly given all of us a lot to think about. So now, yes, you may free to go back to your seats, ma'am. Thank you po. We will now move on to the small group discussions. So as someone involved or interested in this sector, we invite you to share your reactions to the panel discussion with the people at your table. So again, may the documenters please raise their hand po para aware ang ating participants. Ayun. Thank you. Sige po. If we can just move po yung mga kulang na tables to table 4 para po properly documented ang ating group discussions. Thank you po. We will... And we also request tables 17, 13, and 18 to combine para po enriching ang ating small group discussions. Mas marami po tayo. Thank you. Again, we have allocated 20 minutes po for the small group discussions. Maraming salamat po.
Tama ba yan? Tama ba yan? Kaya po ba mag-recruit ng leader niya? Ayoko na mag-aral. Natuto ka pa nun. Every time. Meron pa kami ng doctor. Binigay niya sila po. Tapos pinaaral niya yung ako kasi aral. Kasi akala ko earth. So nagtuturo siya ng naaral ko na yung ano ko. Alam ko na tumawag sa inyo ko. Babagsak ako. Nakita niya ako. Next Sunday. Okay. I think you're very sweet. Yes, I'm really sorry. I think because you're sleepy, you know everything about what I've done. So why don't you write us three main branches of the government and discuss with them? Actually, si Maldita naman ako, di ba? Yung night board ko yan, yung executive, legislative, pati mga science. Oo, ito sabi ko, sabi ko, okay, you really studied well, sit down. Sabi lang niya, okay, you studied well. Yung mga kaklase ko nun, ikaw tuso ka, kaya ka pala natutulog Kasi alam ko naman, siyempre college, di ba? Talagang sariling aral, pag hindi ka talaga nag-practice, wala talaga. Kasi nilito na lang sa exam, hindi na pa natulog. Pero kasi basa talaga ako. Step by step na yun.
Last 10 minutes po.
Ako kayo ng gano'n. Kasi alam ko yun. Ikaw. Sure. Medyo masisid sila. Gusto nila masid sila.
Hello, hindi.
Ano ka ba, ma'am? Kung ka lang dyan. Mapansin. Boss namin yan, pero mapansin.
Damo po ka lang.
Okay lang po, ma'am.
Last 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sino yan yung binibilan mo?
Yung sa JG.
Oo, nga, doon ka pa bumibili. Kasi every 2 weeks ka daw nandun.
Uy, may event po ulit kami ipapa-cover. November 4, 1 to 7.
Kaso STE.
Basking ng Lakambini sa train station ng NRC1. Oo, kaya yan. Sige, baka ba yun? Ang kaya yan, JJ. Ang kaya yan, JJ.
Sa araw lang.
Kaya yan, parang yung ginawa natin sa last. Sama may nag-shoot, may nag-edit. SBE na.
Sana isang lang. Ikaw nag-SDE nun eh. Ang tawag dito.
Burin siya nun.
Sana isang line lang, hindi dalawang line. Hirap lumipat eh.
Zetro nga eh.
3 lines? Hindi, ibig sabihin, line 2 lang sana. Line 2 lang o line 1. Para hindi na kayo tumawid ng recto.
Hindi, magsasakyan na lang tayo kayo.
Gabi, hindi. Mas matagal yun.
LRT na lang. Hindi, dito ng problema dito eh.
Kailan ka push start?
Sa trend?
Siyempre, yung paper link kayo eh. Hindi ka ba nakasama nung hindi ka ba nakarakat sa amin dati sa libre? Nag-LRT kami.
Oo, nag-libre. Pero isang LRT lang yun eh.
Oo. Hindi, tumawid din kami. Line 1, line 2 rin yun.
Pero hindi kami nag-LRT ni Van. Nag-video-ko lang.
Ano pa ako na? Shooter pa ako na rin.
Nag-video-ko lang.
Kaya hindi na ako marunong mag-shoot.
May setup din naman eh. Dito. May ilang minutes kaya?
Pwede ka naman na pumunta dito.
Matagal?
Closing remarks lang kami. Tapos, palalabas sila lahat. Mga 30 minutes.
November 4, ano to? Meron ba tayo November 4? Wala, oh. Ako, oh. Sila na yun. Tayo, dalawa na.
Okay na ba? Let's pupuntahan naman si Aubrey. Pakuha mo yung free. Ano yun? Free card. Puntahan na dito din naman. Pabigay sa registry. Sinabihan ko si Mark.
Bigyan ko na ng mic si Hope.
Bigyan mo na. Go na lang. 1 minute. Hinintay ko si Miss May.
Ay po, mic niyo po.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much po for your patience and participation. There's still much to discuss, we're sure, but we must close the discussions for now. Thank you again to our panelists and our participants for sharing your insights. With thanks to our documenters, we hope to share a synthesis of inputs from this session after the forum. For now, I give the floor back to Ms. Vienna as we also wait for people to assemble back here. Thank you.
I'll email you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's evident from the room that the energy is booming and everyone, I hope, had a lovely and productive and insightful discussion with your co-state climate actors. And as we draw to a close, yes, we're closing, we'd like to call a man of dedication and determination. He is a veteran public servant, best known for leading the first Philippine Mount Everest expedition in 2006. He later built and captained the Balangay, sailing across Southeast Asia and the South China Seas to rekindle our heritage as seafarers. To deliver our closing remarks, please welcome Mr. Arturo T. Valdez, member of the Board of Trustees of the Oscar M. Lopez Center.
Good afternoon. I hope that you still have your energies and you're still active, but the way I look at it, this gathering is composed of very passionate people that is so obsessed with their involvement on climate change and adaptation. So, on behalf of the OML Center, I would like to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules, even on a Monday like this, to attend the first Climate Actors Forum and Exchange, or CAFE. I'm very happy to note that we have such a highly diverse group of participants today, representing academic and research institutions, national government agencies, local government units, the private sector, and corporate foundations, non-government and civil society organizations, development partners, international organizations, as well as religious and community organizations. I would like to congratulate you all and for this spending time with us and made up of such a diverse people coming from different sectors. Your presence here today represents a commitment to co-creating climate solutions and ensuring that our work serves people and places most climate actors and forum exchange. Of course, this morning, we have quite a lot of very important people who attended, leaders in this advocacy, and I would like to announce them. Perhaps some of them are not yet around, but still, I would like to recognize them. I would like to acknowledge the presence, of course, Dr. Rodel Dilasco, the Executive Director of the Oscar M. OML Center, Dr. Rex Cruz, I hope still around, but we still have to, of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Agnes de Jesus, where's Agnes? Okay. Of the First Philippine Holdings, Albert Magalang, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Well, anyway, we'll just have to up our hands. Director Elenida Basov of the DNR. Deputy Administrator Marcelino Villafuerte, DOST Pag-asa. Dr. Mercedita Sombilla of the OML Center Board of Trustees. My co-trustee, always my partner in some of the forum, Dr. Luli Cruz, our national scientist and OML Center Board Trustee. Rosemary Sawali, well, from the Congressional Policy and Budget Research. Telma Cinco, Pag-asa. And of course, I'm looking forward that Sana, DNR Undersecretary Annalisa T. will be around, but it's a big off. I was also a part of DNR during the time of very passionate advocate Gina Lopez. But when she left, I also left government. Today, we celebrate the growing wealth of climate change knowledge in the Philippines. Knowledge that we, as climate actors and stakeholders in climate science, adaptation, policy, and action, have collectively generated, practiced, and shared. In the plenary session this morning, we revisited what the science tells us, that the Philippines continue to face a warming climate, intensifying hazards and compounding risk across ecosystems and communities. But we also saw how knowledge and collaboration can turn these challenges into opportunities for resilience and adaptation. The physical science basis by Working Group 1 reaffirms that our climate reality is changing faster than expected, demanding science-informed decisions across sectors. The assessment of impacts, vulnerabilities, and adaptation by Working Group 2 underscored how climate change impacts are interconnected from ridge to reef and across natural and human systems. This reminds us that the solutions must be equally interconnected and synergistic, bridging sectors and operating across geographical and institutional scales to create truly resilient systems. Working Group 3 mitigation report highlighted that our path to resilience is closely linked with our efforts to reduce emissions and transitioning low carbon development pathways. Let us take then a moment to congratulate and thank the authors and contributors of the Philippine Climate Change Assessment Report Cycle 2. Let's congratulate them with a big hand. For their tireless work in documenting, synthesizing, and communicating this vital body of knowledge to our country. In our sectoral dialogue this afternoon, we witnessed how these findings connect to the realities of communities in our coast and forest, in our cities and food systems, and in how we manage our energy and water resources. It revealed both innovations already emerging from practitioners, researchers, and communities, and the persistent barriers to implementation that prevent us from fully realizing the benefits of adaptation science. Through our conversations, we're able to surface possible solutions to overcoming these barriers, from strengthening the science policy interface in enhancing local data systems to fostering inclusive partnership and scaling up successful community-based practices. These only show that while the challenges are complex, progress is possible when knowledge is shared, capacities are built, and action is collectively pursued. We also recognize the invaluable contribution of our session partners, reactors, documenters, and exhibitors whose enthusiastic support demonstrate that the science policy practice nexus is already at work, a vital foundation for advancing climate action in the Philippines. This event marks the beginning of a continuing dialogue. The Oscar M. Lopez Center and our partners, old and new, will take up forward the recommendations, feedback, and commitments he shared today into the next stages of the PhilCCA, into our users' engagement activities, knowledge products, and decision support tools, and into the broader climate of action agenda. If I may add, of course, this gathering is a product of the stakeholders putting together these activities, but we must go beyond the stakeholders. I would like to challenge this body of reaching out to our people, to get them more involved, to be vigilant, to be proactive, and to be engaged in trying to face the challenge of climate change. What I mean is that beyond this gathering, We have to reach out to our people. And we have to communicate that I look forward in the next gathering, we can expand and reach out to our people, especially in the communities. I think a very classic example of that is what happened recently. If the people here who are passionate in your quest and advocacy can stir up the minds of our people, just like how we're stirred up, how we got emotional and angry because of the scandal that hit us recently. But if we can have that kind of energy and spirit to reach out to everyone, then we have brought down climate change, the resiliency and adaptation to the level of our people to whom they needed this as much. Together, let us ensure that the knowledge shared today becomes the foundation of a safer, more resilient future for the Philippines. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again, more passionate, more excited, and greater number at the next Climate Actors Forum and Exchange in 2027. On that note, mabuhay tayong lahat. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Sir Art, for that very inspiring closing message. Today truly reminded us that collaboration, coordination, and co-creation are powerful tools in our fight against climate change. And as we wrap up our first ever cafe with Laya, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Flash on the screen is a QR code to the cafe feedback form, or you can actually go to bit.ly cafe 2025 feedback. Okay, that's the QR code. If you can just help us scan it, and it will take you just a few minutes for your feedback. You'd like cafe 2026 to be really, really perfect for all of you. So we'd like to ask for your help for a feedback. This will really greatly help us make the next cafe even better. It will also serve as a reference in issuing your certificate of appreciation and participation. And again, we would like to remind everyone that as part of our sustainability efforts, we'd like our participants, we'd like to request our participants to surrender their lanyards. The ID cards you can keep as souvenirs, but please surrender your lanyards at the registration table as you exit this hall. And for those who both joined us online and on-site, thank you for being part of this event. We hope that it became insightful and also hopeful. As Father Jet said a while ago, we have to not lose hope in this fight against the climate crisis. We hope that you continue to have that conversations in your little pockets, with your families and friends, that we want for you to actually carry the communications and conversation and awareness that you had in today to your network and your community. And I hope that you also had a lot of ideas and also collaborated in many ways. As they've said, this is a very diverse room, and I hope you were able to make friends. So on behalf of the Oscar M. Lopez Center, thank you for making Cafe 2025 a success. Again, I'm Bianna Magbitang from Climate Tracker. Maraming salamat po sa pagsama sa amin ngayong araw. At wag po tayong mawawalan ng pag-asa. See you at the next cafe. Salamat po.